The following is a presentation of RMG Sports, award-winning championship television.
All right, welcome to the folks out at Racer H2O. We're glad you're joining us. We'll talk more to you guys in just a few minutes, but right now we got some business to take care of. We're going to have our opening ceremonies here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. I'm going to turn this thing over to Brother Mike and let him handle our invocation.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for another beautiful day here in Paris, Texas. Lord, we thank you for Paris, Texas, the Chamber of Commerce, all their park and recreation staff, the entire city, and the way they fall in behind this event and support it. And man, let us use this beautiful lake to come out here and do a little drag boat racing. It's fantastic. And we can't do that without all the volunteers and staff of the Southern Drag Boat Association that come out here and work hard all week long to put this thing together. And now, Lord, you know, we get the benefit of going racing. That's because of our sponsors and our vendors and all our racers and everybody on the property, Lord, that you watch over them. We can come out here and do this because we live in a country where we're free. Lord, that's because of our military. And wherever they may be today, Lord, you watch over them. You keep them safe. You keep your hand of protection on them and all our first responders as well. Lord, we just ask today that you watch over that water out there, watch over our rescue crew as they do their job, and watch over everybody on the property. But now, Lord, it's time we go do a little drag boat racing. And as always, I have those three requests. Lord, we are looking for that loud day. Lord, we're looking for that fast day. But above all, Father, we're looking for the safe day. In Jesus' wonderful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Mike. And now, if you would please, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take just a moment to honor our flag and our country. I'm going to turn this thing over to the lovely Miss Jordan Cox and let her handle our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is race time in Paris, Texas. We're going to get it on. We got personal watercraft already out in the lanes. We got a pro outlaw shootout coming out today. We'll get to that here in just a couple of minutes. But first, we got some personal watercraft. We're going to run those out. We should be getting a couple more out here in the lanes here shortly. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up, ready to go, please. Stock Eliminator, need you to stand by. I'll be calling you shortly. The rest of the run order looks like this: Modified Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, Quick Eliminator, Pro Comp Flat, Pro Jet, and Pro Modified. That is the run order for round one. As you're standing out here on the edge of the lake, watching the races, looking at the course, you see way down there at the end, you got a bunch of personal watercraft kind of lined up in a row. That's actually the staging area. We call it the holding rope because they basically just hold on to a rope to help keep them straight and keep them dialed in where they're supposed to be. They'll wait there until it's their turn to go. Once they get up close to the tower there, Gary Gray will check in with both drivers. Personal watercraft is actually a dial-in class. So they'll give you a dial-in. They'll let us know what they think the boat is going to run, and we'll plug that in. So there sometimes will be even numbers and sometimes will be a head start. I'll tell you the rest about that in just a minute. But first up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 1469. That is Colton Byler. Calls the boat Stretch. He's dialed in at a 12.8. Special thanks to David Carroll, Michael, and Lucy Branch for their support this season. And in the right lane, I got Addison Lees, boat number 412K, calls the boat Fire Starter. Sponsored by D&B Docks, Just Ducky Charter out of Key Largo, Florida. Captain Kevin, Whiskey Watering Hole. The V team, Mama and Papa, and special thanks to Katie Reed for the tow vehicle. Addison Lees dialed in at 11:02. Addison Lees with an amazing light, 112 for a reaction time. She dialed in at 11:02 and ran a too fast 10.903. 10.90 with a 3. Colton Byler on the other side, dialed in at a 12.88, ran a 12.87 and 1, and broke out by just around 8 thousandths of a second. Personal Watercraft is your final call. Personal Watercraft, if you're not already at the line, you are late. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminators, start warming them up, get ready. Modified Eliminators, stand by. All right, so back to my course. Well, I'll tell you about the course when I get a minute. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Both drivers turned it red. Won't matter in qualifying, but they'll definitely need to get that down for later on. Jacob Nodler with a 12.5 dial in, ran a 12.76 and 6. And Raven Broadway dialed in at a 10 and 34, ran a 10.37 and 1. So, down there at the far end of the course, where those boats are lined up, you see Gary Gray standing out there on the barge. He's our starting official. Right out in front of that little barge that's right out in front is the tree, and I will tell you more about that in just a minute. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 19. Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stephan, MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards. And in the right lane, boat number 762 is Delaney Head. She's driving for neighbor John. They call the boat Head Start. Delaney's dialed in at a 12.6. Lynn Blackburn dialed in at a 10 and 38. Here they come. In the pits, attention in the pits. Do not come down the front road next to the lake when you're headed to the in-ramp or to the out-ramp. You need to go around the back side on the road that's on the back side of the pits to get back and forth from the in-ramp and out-ramp. Do not come down this road up front. This road is closed to all except for golf cart traffic and foot traffic. Do not tow your boats through there, please. All right, here comes our next pair. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 230. That is Cameron Bryant. They call the boat Flossin, dialed in at a 13.2. And in the right lane, boat number 14 is Canyon Parsley. Mad at the World, the name of that boat. Special thanks to Mickey Jenkins for the jet ski and the support. Thanks to Mom and Dad for all your love and encouragement. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the ramp. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the ramp. Stock Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. Modified Eliminator, grab your gear, stand by. So Cameron Bryant in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. 2.46 seconds to get off the line. Dialed in at a 13.2 and ran a little fast. 12.91 and 9. Canyon Parsley on the other side. Ran a little fast as well. He dialed in at a 13.8, ran a 13.79 and 5. Just about 5 thousandths of a second too fast for a 52 mile an hour pass with a 5/10 of a second reaction time. So this Radley Miller, boat number 262, they call it not quite Miller time. Tegan Finnegan coming off the line now. They call that ski what? boat number 422. And I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but anyways, I know why there was such a big stagger. The dial-in for Tegan Finnegan went in as a 1.19, but she ran a 12.95 and 7. Radley Miller dialed in at a 10.8, ran an 11.01 with an 8. So this is Bella Genesek coming out of the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 577. They call the boat Wackadoodle. Dialed in at a 13.13 and ran a 13.19 and 8. And now, I think we're done with personal watercraft. We're going to move to Pro Outlaw. So Pro Outlaw, we're having a Pro Outlaw shootout here today in Lake Crook. $10,000 on the line for the winner. It's kind of a big deal, and we're kind of excited about it. So they're all going to come out here and qualify in round 1 of qualifying. The top 8 qualifiers will move to the next round of the shootout. The rest will be out, and they'll just continue qualifying for eliminations tomorrow. And then when we come back around for round 2 of qualifying, that top 8 will pair off for their first round. And then they're going to come back around in round 3 for round 2, and their final will be at the end of the day. And as I said before, $10,000 on the line for the Pro Outlaw Shootout. There's Matt Schubauer right there, the man, the myth, the legend. Works pretty much the same as a tree in any other drag race, with a one major exception, and I'll tell you about that in just one second. But so when we call for the lights and we push the magic button up here in the tower, they get a 25-second yellow flashing light. That lets them know the course is live. Everybody needs to be ready. Probably get your boat started, make sure everything's good to go. It goes solid for 5 seconds. It's go time at that point. Get settled down in the seat, get those capsules closed, whatever else you need to do to be ready to mash the go pedal. And then there's a countdown, one for each lane, that will run from 9 to 0 in half-second increments on the other side of the tree. You won't see it on this side, but the drivers will see it. And most of those drivers already know what number they need to leave that tree on in order to get themselves to the trap there right before that tower for a green light. If they get there too early, earn yourself a red light, your trip is done before you even really got started. Get there too late, you're probably not getting to the other end in time either. So it's all about reaction time in drag racing. And then we work our way down the course, and you see the yellow buoys right out here. That is our 660 marker. So If we were still running a 1320 course, that would be half track. And that will be the finish line when we get to Pro Jet later on this afternoon. Then you see the blue buoys. Those are at 875. That would be the finish line for top fuel. And then the red buoys down here at the very end. That is the finish line. Over there on the far side of the course, we have our scoreboard. When the boats are paired up, you'll see the boat number and their index or their dial-in, depending on what's appropriate. Once they leave the line, you will see their reaction time will flash on there. And then depending on the run, it'll only be up there for a couple of seconds before you will get the results. You'll get the ET and the mile per hour. And you'll get a flashing screen for the lane that's the winner. All right, here we go. First Pro Outlaw in the Ozark Home Center right-hand lane. Boat number 157 is James Kemp. It's going to be a driver's test. He's going to run to half track at the yellow buoys. Trying to get a license into Pro Outlaw. So he's going to have to come back, run another half track. Boat didn't go in gear initially, and then just not the run we were looking for. So we'll bring that back around. When we have drivers that are moving into bigger classes, faster classes, they got to come down and do a license pass. Actually, they have to do multiple passes to earn their driver's license into that class. And essentially, we're just looking for, does the boat run the way it should? Does it meet the number they're looking for to get into that class? Does the driver have good control of the boat? Is it mechanically sound? All of those things are what we're looking for. So we'll ask them for 1 or 2, sometimes 3 half-track passes just to see the launch and make sure that everything looks good at the front end of the course. And then we'll have them come back and do at least 1 and sometimes more full-track passes where we can actually get a feel for how the boat's going to go and then make sure that they're going to be able to make the number. So we will most likely see James Kemp and Side Chick back out there later on today to make another attempt at that half-track license pass. In the meantime, though, we're going to get the rest of our Pro Outlaws on the line, and we're going to start qualifying for Pro Outlaw. So Pro Outlaws, anybody that's registered Pro Outlaw is eligible for the shootout, but only the top 8 qualifiers will move on to round 1 of the shootout. So they get 1 qualifying round. All right, we got our first pair of Pro Outlaws in the lanes. These are 5.2 second boats. And first up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 521. That is Mr. Rick Blethroad. Calls the boat Wild Thing out of Odessa, Texas. It's a Texas outrigger sponsored by Alliance Machine, AAA RV, Pam and Ken's Cool Cars, and special thanks to Ronnie, JR, and Holly for all their help. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane is boat number 765. That's going to be Gus Ward out of Sonora, Texas. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. 5.2 seconds is the index. Remember, top 8 qualifiers earned themselves a trip into the Pro Outlaw Shootout that will be going on today with $10,000 on the line. That final will be the last run of the day. So we're going to qualify them right now. They get 1 round of qualifying for the shootout. Top 8 will move to the next round or to round 1 of the shootout. Everybody else will still be able to come back out and run qualifying for tomorrow. But the top 8 will be qualified and move into round 1 of the shootout, which will happen in the next round of qualifying. Rick Blethroad, they call that boat Wild Thing. Got a couple of twin turbos strapped in back there. Sounds wicked cool when it runs down the course. You're going to enjoy this. Stock Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, come to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, get them warmed up, ready to go. Top Eliminator, stand by. Here we go. Well, Gus Ward turned it red by 134, ran a 5:21 and 7 on a 5.2 index for a 171.9 mile an hour pass. Rick Blethroad on the other side, it looked like it came out a little slow, but man, he turned in a run. He broke out by a thousandth of a second, ran a 5:19 and 8 on a 5.2 index, 179 mile an hour pass. Drivers, attention in the pits. Pay attention, please, real quick. This is super important. We need you to not come down the road at the front side of the tower. Please do not come down the road down by the lake on your way to the in-ramp or the out-ramp. We need you to go around the back side. This road up front is closed. Please don't come this way. Hi. Oh, look at this. Cold brew coffee. Here's our next pair for Pro Outlaw. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 4-5 is Jason Brandt out of Ingram, Texas. They call the boat Hydro Hysteria. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 321 is Don Gordy out of Sweetwater, Texas, calls the boat Miss Maryland 2.0. Here we go. Jason Brandt makes the pass. 0.56 for a reaction time, and a little bit slow, 5:48 and 1 for a 168 mile an hour pass. And for right now, that'll be good enough to get him into the number 2 qualifying spot. Remember, the top 8 moving on into the Pro Outlaw shootout. Not sure what happened to Don Gordy and his machine out there. So sounds like he had a problem getting his capsule to lock down. So S Cubed is the one that's set up right back here by the merchandise trailer. And they've got stuffed waffles. She said they are up and running now. Got some sausage stuffed waffles, got fruit stuffed waffles, bacon stuffed waffles, bacon and egg. So there you go. These things look pretty tasty. They brought a few up here earlier. They also have cold ice brewed coffee, if that is your thing. S Cubed. Don't forget Big Barons is set up right here with bacon and egg tacos, sausage and egg tacos. They've also got coffee, lemonade, and tea. And then they'll be gearing up for lunch here very shortly. They'll have barbecue sandwiches. They'll have loaded mac and cheese and loaded nachos. You can get those with pulled pork or brisket. They'll also have a rib plate on the menu today as well. So there you go. And then Jeremy's Shiver Me Shavers is set up down at the far end. Snow cones, smoothies, iced coffee. And then we've got Texas-sized sirloin kebabs going to be going on right back here behind me as well. And while you're back there, don't forget to stop and visit with Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's got the official event shirts for the Paris Powerboat Grand Prix. You're probably going to want to get those early because if you wait too long, you may not get one. She sold out of the larger sizes pretty quick at the last couple of events. So make sure you get over there and talk to Emily and get your shirts early. All right, here we go. Another pair of Pro Outlaws in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 077 is Cody Childress out of Nemo, Texas. They call the boat Bad Influence. Sponsored by TD's Transmission, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to his wife and kids, Brantley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. Thanks to Mama Judy. Thanks to his wife, Kendra. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar. Anger Management out of San Angelo. Or out of Comfort, Texas, rather. Sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Penny Walkenhorst. Thanks to Jamie and Jerry. Here we go. Woo. Wow. Greg Lampard just rips it. 0.08 of a second for a reaction time. And on a 5.2 index, he ran a way too fast 496 and 6 for a 184 mile-an-hour pass. Cody Childress on the other side, 322 for a reaction time. Ran a 5.13 and 6 at 175 miles an hour. So Cody Childress right now in the number 4 spot. Greg Lampard in the number 5. But there are still a bunch of boats to go. Don't forget, we are doing the Pro Outlaw Shootout today. $10,000 on the line for the winner. That will be, it's going on right now, actually. This first round is their qualifying round. So at the end of round 1, the top 8 qualifiers will automatically be qualified into the shootout. Everybody else will not be in the shootout, but will come back around for more qualifying to get themselves paired up for tomorrow. And the top 8 will run their first round of the shootout in round 2 of qualifying. All right. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 1028, Bill Wire. Out of Marble Falls, Texas, they call that boat Alcoholic Behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, Bigfoot, LSI, RH Marine, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 321 is Don Gordy, Sweetwater, Texas, where they call home Miss Maryland 2.0, the name of the boat. Had trouble getting the capsule to lock down a while ago. They think they got it fixed. All right. Starter says we're ready to do this. Bill Wire, alcoholic behavior in the left lane. Don Gordy, Miss Maryland 2.0 in the right. All right, starter called for the lights. Bill Wire, 227 for reaction time, ran a 584 and 8 on a 5.2 index, 146 mile an hour. Don Gordy with a little stutter step at the line, 1.5 seconds to get going, and then ran a 564 and 6, 154 mile an hour pass. So we had a couple of runs that were too fast. Rick Blethroad, Cody Childress, Greg Lempar. So those guys got bumped down. That actually puts Don Gordy in the number 3 spot right now, and Bill Wire in number 4. Gus Ward is number 1, Jason Brandt number 2. Gus Ward's going to be tough to get out of that number 1 spot. He ran a 521 on a 5.2 index. He's got himself a pretty decent situation going on right there, especially going into the shootout. But anything can happen in drag boat racing. Let's see what happens. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 082. Tim Ortiz, driving out of Conroe, Texas, driving for Pat Kinsey. They call that boat Empty Pockets. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Maxima Racing Oil, Lone Star Fiberglass. Special thanks to Brittany, Doug, Archie, Gage, Cash, and Cody for all the help. And a big thanks to Rhonda for continuing to let us race. And in the Ozark Home Center, right lane, boat number 105 is Justin Schmidt doing the driving for Robert Lees in the Wildfire machine. The boat is a watercraft and one of the few that's out here powered by Ford. Sponsored by Kager Soil Service, Red Fox Bar and Grill, Sales Midwest, Elite Tow, Lake Relo. All right, starter call for the lights. There's 20 seconds on the countdown. Tim Ortiz, Empty Pockets in the left lane. Justin Schmidt, Wildfire in the right. All right. Tim Ortiz, 386 rather, for a reaction time, and ran a 5:37 and 5. That'll bump him up into the number 3 qualifying spot, and Justin Schmidt grabs the number 2 spot. Ran a 5:27 and 3 for 169 mile an hour pass, 184 rather for reaction time. Remember, the top 8 qualifiers moving into the shootout, $10,000 on the line. Stock Eliminator, this is your final call. Stock Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, we're ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Eliminator, stand by. All right, got another pair of Pro Outlaws in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 947 is Jeremy Schmidt. Calls the boat No Excuses. Sponsored by Dave Schmidt Truck Service, Erlinger Crane Service, and Schmidt Lawn Care. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 647 is Mickey Snyder. Out of Rio Medina, Texas, they call the boat Young Gun. Sponsored by Craig and Susie Coleman, Wally and Sandy Meeks, Lone Star Ranch, RL and Gail Haas, Daniel Konitsny, Tito's Vodka, Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, and Marine, Real Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lonely Construction, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Gore Fuel Injection Systems, 3D Landscaping, Duffin Machine Shop, Genesis Construction Group, Thomas Davis, RPM Sports Boats, Colin Moore, McQueen Way, Marley Ranch, Oscar and Jacinda Galindo, and thanks to his wife Glenda and his pit crew for all of their help. Starter called for the lights. Jeremy Schmidt, No Excuses. In the left lane, Mickey Snyder in the Top Gun machine. Holding down the right lane. 10 seconds left, here we go. Jeremy Schmidt turned it red by 35 thousandths and then ran a 5:39 and 4. It's good enough for the number 4 spot right now. Mickey Snyder with a 165 reaction time ran a too slow 5:87 and 9. And it puts him at the very bottom of the group that might head to the shootout. I don't know how long that'll hold, but currently in the number 8 spot. All right, so that's going to do it for Pro Outlaw. And I will give you the results here momentarily. Got our officials working on that real quick to let you know who's going to be the top 8 moving into the shootout. So don't forget, we've got food vendors set up back here. Hamburgers, hot dogs, corn dogs. Robert Reed's already headed that way, so y'all better hurry here. There won't be many left. Big Barons is set up behind us. They've got bacon and egg and sausage and egg tacos for breakfast. Lunchtime, they're going to come back around with some barbecue sandwiches. They've also got loaded mac and cheese. You can get that with either brisket or pulled pork. And you don't want to skip on that, I promise you. At some point this weekend, you need to grab you one of those. You can also get loaded nachos, same deal. I can't vouch for the nachos, but I can 100% vouch for the mac and cheese, and 10 out of 10 would eat again. They'll have a rib plate this afternoon as well. S Cubed is set up right here as well on vendor row. They've got stuffed waffles. They brought us up a few samples a while ago. We appreciate that very much. But let me tell you, y'all need to go check it out. They got bacon and egg, sausage and egg. They got strawberry and banana stuffed waffles. Those things are pretty good. They've got iced coffee. Big Barons has got coffee, lemonade, tea. Down at the far end, Shiver Me Shavers is set up with snow cones. They've also got iced coffee, smoothies, lemonade. And then back here behind us, they've got Texas-sized sirloin steak kebabs. They've got those set up over there. And then there's another fella down on the other side. I didn't get the name of it, but they're selling hamburgers and hot dogs and corn dogs and all kinds of stuff down there as well. So lots of options for food. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, we're moving into Stock Eliminator now. Stock Eliminator is in the dial-in class. So they're going to tell us what they think the boat's going to run. We're going to plug that into the computer, and then we'll let them run. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Bailey Schmidt. They call the boat Silver Bullet. Boat number 007X, dialed in at a 10 and 85. It's a 1978 Hawaiian hull with a big block Chevrolet for power, sponsored by Winners Electric, Waterboys, Propane Depots, Swenson Knives. And they want to thank all of their sponsors, their crew, the SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, and all of the awesome photographers. And a big thank you to the Snyder family for all of their help. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 169 is Megan Ratliff. Calls the boat Capital Punishment. Thanks to Mom and Dad for all the support. Fight Like a Girl Racing. Happy birthday, Mikey. Megan's dialed in at a 9 flat. Here we go. Megan Ratliff gets across the line first, but she broke out. She dialed in at a 9 flat and ran a 2 fast, 8:98 and 5. 14 thousandths of a second too quick. 2:66 for a reaction time. Bailey Schmidt on the other side, dialed in at a 10:85, ran a 10:97 and 8. Modified eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator should be headed to the in-ramp. Top eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro eliminator, stand by. After that, we're going to go quick eliminator, pro comp flat, pro jet, and pro mod. All right, next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 0420. That is Arthur Eimel. They call the boat Wet Dream. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. Sponsored by Creek Lake Tire and Auto, Average Joe Coffee, Vincent's Auto, Biggs 306, Rowdy Tees, The Crew, the Smith family, and Gary Z. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell, Harry Canary. Stephen Russell dialed in at a 9:25 and ran a 9:44 and 7. Arthur Eimel on the other side dialed in at a 9 flat and ran a 2 fast, 8:68 and 7. Modified eliminator, this is your final call. Modified eliminator. Your final call to the in-ramp. Top eliminator. Need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Quick eliminator, stand by. All right, here we go in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 222 is J.T. Mooney out of Marion, Texas. Calls the boat Deuces Wild. He's dialed in at a 9.6, sponsored by Jeanette Mooney. The crew chief is Brian Mooney. Support team, Tony Henrik and Kevin Fleisch. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 746 is Blackie Bame out of Rio Medina, Texas. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction, Rodney Pam Piper, and a Thoris Stage. Whew. JT Mooney dialed in at a 9.6, but ran a 12.09. Not entirely sure what happened there, but I'm sure they're not going to be happy about it. Blackie Bame in the right lane, dialed in at a 10.5, ran a 2 fast, 10.41 and 7. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 0657 is Garrick Snyder. He's doing the driving for Mickey Snyder in the Young Gun Machine. Dialed in at a 9 flat. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, Rodney Blackstock driving for Al Kirshner in the Plum Crazy boat. Garrick Snyder, 5:73 for a reaction time, ran a 9:41 and 7 on a 9-second dial-in. Rodney Blackstock, too fast on both ends of the course. He turned it red by 0.12 of a second and then ran an 8:55 and 9 on a 9-second dial-in.
Oh, yeah? Well, so far, so good.
All right, here we go. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 064 is Bruno Canop. Out of Lavernia, Texas, calls the boat Checkered Past. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Holscher Farms, Rowdy Tees. Thanks to the wife Courtney and daughter Charlie for the help. He's dialed in at a 9. And Bart Giles kills the boat Your Mom. He's in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Bart Giles dialed in at a 12.5 and ran a 12:48 and 8 for a 67-mile-an-hour pass out of the little outboard. Bruno Canop on the other side moves into the number 1 qualifier spot with a 9:05 and 9 on a 9-second index. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminator, stand by. Here we go. It's going to be Brendan Lempar in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Boat number 116. Calls the boat. Let's go, Brandon. Dialed in at 11 and 2. Top Eliminator, this is your final call. Top Eliminator, your final call to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, go ahead and bring your boats. Pro Eliminator, bring your boats. Quick Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go? Pro Comp Flat, stand by. So Brandon Lampard, 2.96, almost 3 full seconds to get off the line. They'll want to get a handle on that, but had a really nice run at the top end of the course. Dialed in at 11.2, ran at 11.407 for 62-mile-an-hour pass. And that is good enough for the number 4 spot right at the moment out of what looks like a 13-boat class. Next up, we got John Boyd in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Boat number 126. They call that one Sunday Special. Dialed in at a 9 and 52. With a 1/1500th of a second reaction time, he ran a 9:89 and 3 on a 9:52 dial in. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. After that, it'll be Pro Jet and Pro Modified, and then we're back around for round 2. All right, moving into Modified Eliminator now. These are an index class running on an 8-second index. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 769S is Michael Ratliff. Calls the boat Det Row. Sponsored by Counts Electric, Service Title Company, and RT Marine. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 267 is Tyler Bame. Out of Rio Medina, Texas, calls the boat Playing Hooky. Huge thank you to all the sponsors and crew. Tim and Cheryl, Walton, Shane Phillips, Danny Kirkpatrick, Walton Construction, Precision Compression Services, American Paradise Ranch, Snyder Motorsports, Gary Bame, Trinity Racing Ministries, Texas Car Barn, Custom Powder Coating, Mom and Dad, Samantha and the kids, and the entire SDBA for all you do, and God above for all the many blessings. 8 seconds, the index. Here we go. Well, not a healthy boat and not the run that Tyler Bame was looking for, but I tell you this, he made it look good. Tyler Bame, I don't know what happened there, but hopefully they'll get that thing back to the pit and figure it out. They had some struggles the last time they were out on the water with that boat. Sounds like they're still sort of chasing gremlins, and we'll see how it goes. Michael Ratliff on the other side, 0.07 of a second for a reaction time, 0.70. And then on an 8-second index, ran an 8.11 and 9, and set the benchmark for the number one qualifying spot. 103 mile an hour pass. Next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 982. That is Dusty Peterson out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Collusion. Thanks to Dale Nichols Marble in Weatherford, Texas. Unrivaled Diesel in Weatherford, Texas. Double Dog Dare Fine Arts in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Mike and Shelly Nichols. Josh and Bailey Anderson. Johnny, Jonah, Rachel, and the rest of the crew. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 1111 is Steve Walls out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and the crew. Special thanks to his girlfriend Michelle, also to Bruce, Sella, Odie, Mandy, Randy, and Luann for all of their help. 8 seconds is the index. There's 25 seconds on the countdown. Modified Eliminator, first round of qualifying. Well, we got a new number one qualifier, Steve Walls, with an 0.75 reaction time, runs an 8.07 and 2 for a 92 mile an hour pass, and sets a new benchmark for the number one qualifier. Dusty Peterson ran an 8.01 and 6, rather an 8.16 and 3, rather. And next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage, sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz Marine, rather, George Olson, Dad Melanie, and his wife Caitlin. 3K Construction also helping out. And in the Ozark, excuse me, swallowed a bug. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 311 is Andrew Decker. Into Deep, the name of that boat, sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Shauna Kinsey, Charlie's Boat Docks, Danny and Christine Springer, looking pretty decals, and his wife and kids all helping out. They're racing out of Buckholz, Texas. Final call for Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, need you warmed up, ready to go. And that means Pro Jet, stand by. All right, starter called for the lights. 25 seconds on the countdown. Andrew Decker, Into Deep in the right lane. Lane McDonald, High Voltage in the left. Lane McDonald runs an 8:65 and 5, which I don't think is the run they were looking for. 182 for reaction time, and it'll put him in the number 5 spot at the end of round 1. Andrew Decker will take the number 2 qualifying spot for round 1 with an 8:106. Next up for modified eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 022 is Gavin Snyder. Calls the boat Big Iron. Sponsored by Craig and Susie Coleman, Wally and Sandy Meeks, Lone Star Ranch, RL and Gail Haas, Daniel Konieczny. I'm going to get that right by the end of the season. Tito's Vodka, Gore Fuel Systems, 3D Landscaping, Duffin Machine Shop, Genesis Construction Group, Thomas Davis, RPM Sports Boats, Colin Moore, McQueenway, Texas, Marley Ranch, Oscar and Jacinda Galindo. And in the Ozark Home Center, right lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. out of Tyler, Texas, calls the boat Outlaw, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks. David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbilt, Eagles Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. 5 seconds on the countdown. The Outlaw and the Big Iron. Here we go. Well, we got a new number 1 qualifier. Jesse James Jr. going to take it with an 8:01.0 and a 94.8 mile an hour pass. Gavin Snyder on the other side, too fast, and he knew it. You heard him start feathering it right about the 8:75 mark. Started trying to sort of gauge it and see where he was at. Ran a 7:82 and 3, and that'll put him almost at the bottom of the pack. He'll be in the number 8 spot at the end of round 1. All right, here comes our last modified eliminator. It's going to be Scott C. Boat number 056 in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Calls it 3 in the pink. It's a pro boat powered by Ford. Sponsored by DMB Docks Incorporated, High Tech Performance, Elite Tow Service, Evil Twin Racing, Miller Time Racing, and special thanks to Jimmy and Kim Vanderdale. So Scott C. just a little fast, ran a 7:98 and 1 for a 95 mile an hour pass and broke out by about 18 thousandths of a second. And that'll leave him in the number 8 spot and move Gavin Snyder down 1. So Jesse James Jr. at the end of round 1 is your number 1 qualifier. Steve Walls chomping at the bit right behind him. But an 8:01 is the bar. And now moving into top eliminator on a 7-second index in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Bob Winder out of Lake Hills, Texas. They call that boat Mama's Diamond, boat number 8050. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 405 is Matt Miller. They call the boat Miller Time out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, a leader in the HDD industry. Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, TriStar Fleet Sales and Service. Special thanks to his wife, Allie, Radley, and Hazel, his crew, Robert, Uncle E, Josh, Shout out to Brother Mike and his wife Kathy, our #1 fans. Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, SDBA, and the Nothing But Class crew. We truly appreciate you. Bob Winder, not sure what was going on there. The boat did not sound happy, and he ran a 9:01.5 on a 7-second index. Matt Miller in Miller time, a 7:05 with an 8 for 106 mile an hour pass, and that'll set the bar for the #1 qualifying spot. Hey, don't forget while you're hanging out down here, try your luck. The Choctaw Casino of Grant is here. They're set up right behind the tower here. They've got free swag, and you can try your luck at the blackjack table. If you get dealt blackjack, you're entered into a drawing to win $25 in table game chips. That's Choctaw Casino Grant, and they're located right here behind me. All right, here comes their next pair of top eliminators in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 565 is Tom Wingo. Calls the boat Nasty Habit 2. Sponsored by Aquatic Balance Pool Service, Infamous Brewery, RB Props, Robin Banks, Dements Landscaping, Tommy Thompson Motorsports. Big thanks to Bill Diaz, Bob York, Andy Dement, the Brady family, and the good Lord above for all of their help. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 622 is Cody Bryant. Calls the boat Riding on Rails out of Prattsville, Arkansas. 7 seconds is the index. Starter call for the lights. 20 seconds on the countdown. Tom Wingo, Nasty Habit 2 in the left lane. Cody Bryant riding on rails. Sweet looking little outboard out there in the right lane. Tom Wingo in that left lane ran a 7:33 and 9. And Cody Bryant riding on rails, 7:64 with a 2 on that 7-second index. So at the end of round 1 anyway, that'll put Tom Wingo in the second qualifying spot. And Cody Bryant number 3. George Olson has yet to make a round one run. It's way too early in the day for me to get my tongue tangled up around my tonsils, so we'll try and avoid that if we can. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. This is your final call. Quick Eliminator, Pro Comp Flat. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats on the in-ramp. Pro Jet, warm them up, get ready. Pro Mod, stand by. So we're going to have a split run this time. Cindy Helms back out here for a rare appearance this season. We're super happy to see her. Calls that boat Starfish, boat number 700. That is a pro eliminator. We'll be running on a 6.5 index out of Malvern, Arkansas, sponsored by Irwin Caps Racing and Arkansas Wholesale. And in the Ozark Home Center, right lane, boat number 494 is George Olson. Out of Galveston, Texas, that's the last of our top eliminators on that 7-second index. Calls the boat Money Well Wasted, sponsored by Olson Piling. Cindy Helms, 0-2 for a reaction time, and then ran a 7:01 with a 9, and that's good enough to move him into the number 1 qualifying spot, which will bump Matt Miller down to number 2. And I believe we got 2 more pro eliminators. Yes, we do. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 84 is Dr. Don Topliff. Calls the boat Late Life Crisis. Sponsored by Whiskey River in San Angelo, Dr. T Racing. The crew chief is C.D. Word. All the San Angelo crew helping out. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 822 is Robbie Barrett. 6.5 seconds the index, pro eliminator. Dr. T lays one down. Too fast. Ran a 6:39 and 6 on a 6.5 index for 137 mile an hour pass. Robbie Barrett was drifting before the light and still tried to hold it back, but he ended up crossing the beam too early. And then I'm not sure what happened. He kind of backed down in the middle of the course and then sort of gunned it out at the last little part there. So it sounded like something just wasn't quite right. They'll take that back to the pit and see if they can figure it out. We'll see them again in round 2. And that should bring us to quick eliminator, running on a 6-second index. Don't forget, right behind us right here at Pit Row, Choctaw Casino in Grant is here. They've got free swag. You can try your luck on the blackjack table. If you get dealt blackjack, you get entered into a drawing to win $25 in table game chips. Choctaw Casino Grant, located right back here behind the tower. All right, here's our first pair of quick eliminators in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 915 is Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Back in the Day, driving for Richard Wild. Sponsored by Pumps by Chop, GNS Marine, Eagle Motorsports, Guy Hand Motorsports. Special thanks to Steve Welch, Chris Russell, Jimmy Kemp, Jesse James, and the gang. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 505, Rick Martin, doing the driving in the red machine. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive, Brutal Off-Road, Justin Leach Construction, Mitchco Foundation. Thank you to all of our sponsors, our crew, the SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all of the awesome photographers, and the Snyder family for all their help. There's 5 seconds on the countdown. Quick eliminator on a 6-second index. Here we go. Both drivers jumped out early, but it won't matter in qualifying. Rick Martin, too fast, ran a 5:99 and 3 on a 6-second index for a 141-mile-an-hour pass. Jerry Branham on the other side sets the bar for the number one qualifier with a 6:11 and 6. But on a 6-second index, that leaves a whole lot of room for somebody else to squeak up there, and we'll see, because there is some very skilled drivers and some amazing machines in this class. And I will be surprised if we make it through the end of round 1 and that qualifier holds, but we'll see. It could happen. You just about could not ask for better water conditions than what we have right now. The water like glass. The only thing that we could wish for is just a hair more of a breeze, but then you compromise the water. So it is what it is. But along that line, please keep in mind, I know y'all can feel it, but keep in mind that it is hot out here. And please do your best to try and stay in the shade and out of the heat when you can. And by all means, please make sure you're staying hydrated so we don't end up with anybody having any heat issues today. Pro Comp Flat, this is your final call. Pro Comp Flat, your final call. Pro Jet, bring your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Modified, warm them up, get ready. Driver's Test and Personal Watercraft, stand by. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 910 is Larry Flores out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Calls the boat Hydro Climatic. Special thanks to his wife Kim, Tom Garcia, the shop crew, and Dynamic Racing Engines. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 465 is Chad Coopit, Warpath, the name of that machine. Here we go. Larry Flores runs a 6-1-8 and 9, and that'll put him in the number 2 spot behind Jerry Branham. Chad Coopit, too fast, broke out by 48 thousandths of a second. Ran a 5:95 and 1 on a 6-second index. Don't forget, go by and see, while you're back here on the vendor area, come by and see some of our vendors. But while you're there, make sure you stop by and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She obviously has our 2023 Paris Powerboat Grand Prix event shirts. She's also got shirts and tank tops from A Little More Therapy, Mallory Carroll's machine. We'll be seeing that boat run in a while. Manufactured Money and Pat Hobbs, she's got shirts from them as well. Trinity Racing Ministries. She's got 3x5 SDBA flags, black, white. She's also got window car flags. SDBA Trinity 20-ounce tumbler cups. She's got corded earplugs back there. If it's getting a little loud for you, you can get 2 pair for $5. She's got Driven Racing Oil products, Speed Lube, Brake Clean, conventional 50-weight oil, and race wax. And then she also has race receiver radios and accessories back there as well. That's Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. Stop by and say hello. Tell her I sent you. It won't get you anything, but at least she'll know I'm doing my job up here. While we're waiting on this next pair, I'll tell you a little bit about our sponsors for this weekend's event here in Paris, Texas. Hobbs Manufactured Homes and Ozark Home Center helping sponsor the lanes. Local sponsors, Lamar County Chamber of Commerce, Choctaw Casino and Resort in Grant, Oklahoma, GTL Paris RV Park, Paris Chevrolet, Off-Road King, Drive 'em, Zulu Internet Incorporated, East Texas Broadcasting, and Washmasters. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the, those are our local sponsors. I got another pair right now in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 392. That is Jason Goddard out of San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat Texas Red. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Calls his Through the Fire. Here we go. Ken Jenkins runs a 3:030, and that'll be good enough for the number 1 spot. Bumps Jerry Branham and Larry Flotis down. Jason Goddard with a too fast 5:95 and 5. And he'll finish round 1 in the number 5 qualifying spot. I'll give you guys a wave. Hello, everybody out there. We're glad you joined us. Racer H2O, been live streaming all of our events for the last couple of years. They made a few changes this year. So you used to be able to just find them on Facebook Live or YouTube or whatever, but now you need to go to rmgsports.net. rmgsports.net. And you can log in for the live stream if you can't make it to an event or you'd rather stay home in the air conditioning. I don't blame you. But you can hang out and watch the races from the comfort of your own home. I said earlier we hadn't seen Mike King yet. Now we do. Out of Coweta, Oklahoma is Mike King. Calls the boat King's Side Piece. Boat number 427. Happy 14th birthday to his granddaughter Caitlin. Sponsored by McKinney's Modern Dining and Toast, Tailwinds Inspection, Midwest Turbine Inspections, Harper Land and Cattle, Kane's Overhead Door, Huffman Performance, Randy's Sassy Style, and Bent Creek Dozers. Comes out here and lays one down, but too fast at both ends of the course. In the red by 32 hundredths of a second at the front end, and then ran a 5.907 and broke out by 92 thousandths of a second on a 6-second index. And that'll put him in the 7 spot at the end of round 1. ProJet, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. ProJet, need your boats at the in-ramp. ProJet, we need you at the in-ramp. ProMod, need you warmed up, ready to go. Personal watercraft and driver's test, stand by. We're almost done with round one. And did I mention lately, I have not, so I will, that we're doing a pro outlaw shootout out here this weekend. Next up, we got Pro Comp Flat. This is a dial-in class, little flat bottom boats, big old huge engines, lots of stuff going on. Kevin Hibden out of Peralta, New Mexico in the left lane. Calls the boat Visual Noise, dialed in at a 6.1. And Ashley Winslet out of Dallas, Texas, calls the boat Vanishing Breed. She's in the Ozark Home Center right lane, dialed in at a 6.45. Here we go. Ashley Winslet did a couple of wheelies out there and wisely decided, you know what, let me just set this thing down and get it to the other end and we'll figure out what's going on. I know they had some motor issues early in the season. They've been kind of doing a lot of work back there trying to get things rebuilt and put it all back together, and it may just very well be that it's leaving harder than she expected, trying to sort of get a handle on that down pedal and try to figure all of that out. But either way, not the run they were looking for. They'll go back, try and figure that out, and they'll be back around for round two. Kevin Hibden on the other side, left early, 0.3 of a second in the red, and then ran a 6:44 and 9 on a 6.1 dial-in, 123 mile an hour pass. Anyways, as I was saying, Pro Outlaw Shootout, and the actual shootout itself is going to start when they come back around here in just a second for round two. We ran them on a first round of qualifying. We took the top 8 boats, and those folks made it into the shootout. There's $10,000 on the line in that shootout. 8 people with a chance for it. And that will happen today. So when they come back out on the water, they'll actually be running round one of the shootout. There's only 8 boats, so round one, and then they'll come back around at the top of round 3 of qualifying for round 2, and then their final will be the last run of the day at the end of round 2. All right, couple more Pro Comp Flats in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 238 is Vic Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Calls the boat Flat Blacked Out, and he's dialed in at a 6.5. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 331 is Tim Ortiz. Calls the boat Never Satisfied out of Conroe, Texas. He's dialed in at a 5.95. I think he was calling for a jet ski. Something spun loose right there. He's back there trying to take a look and see what's going on. He's calling for a help there, so we'll see what happened. May very well be taking on water. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. They're going to give him a push and get him out of here. Looks like that's probably what happening is he might be taking on water. A lot of times when you hear that, they spin the prop off, but since he was still moving, there was still at least some of the prop there, although he may have lost an ear. And sometimes when that happens, it'll come right up through the bottom of the boat. So clearly, I'm standing way over here, same as you guys are, and I don't have a real good clue of what's going on, but those are some of the things that I've seen happen in the past. And then Vic Fugate, I'm not sure what happened with him, but he never actually started. Actually, I'm sorry. That is Vic Fugate down there. Tim Ortiz never started. So Vic Fugate is the one having the problem down there, not Tim Ortiz. I apologize. So while we've got a quick little break, I remind you to go by and see Emily at the event, the SDBA merchandise trailer, rather. She's got that set up over there. Got your official event shirts. She's also got a whole bunch of other SDBA swag, etc. So go by and see Emily and see what she can do for you. And then I want to remind you right back here behind me, Choctaw Casino Grant is here. They've got free swag. You can try your luck on their blackjack table. If you get Delta Blackjack, you're entered into a drawing to win $25 in table game chips. Choctaw Casino Grant came down to set up and hang out with us this weekend. So y'all stop by and see them, say hello. All right, here we go. Tim Ortiz, Never Satisfied in the Ozark Home Center, right lane. What'd I do? So Tim Ortiz on a 595 dial-in ran a 6004. 6004 for 126 mile-an-hour pass. 5 thousandths of a second in the red at the top end. He's working on that light. And I believe that's going to do it for Pro Comp Flat. Should be looking at our Pro Jets up there now, I believe. Pro Modified, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Pro Mod should be at the in-ramp. Personal Watercraft and Driver's Test, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, stand by. Here we go, Pro Jet. First up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 987. That's Dawson Dickerson doing the driving for Jeremy Dickerson. They call the boat Can't Quit, thanks to Olson Piling, Affordable Engine, Swatlowski Speed and Marine, and Harry's Machine Shop. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 191 is Cersei Elrod out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. Calls the boat Obsession. Sponsored by Ballard Performance, SM Elrod Incorporated, Aaron's Powder Coating, and Elrod Company, and Spring Creek Nursery. Run into the yellow buoys. Here we go. Had a little bit of an engine fire right there, right at the end for Dawson Dickerson. Rescue going to make a trip over there and go check on him, make sure everything's all right. Jet ski going to come down so they can pull him back to the out ramp. So Dawson Dickerson, before he had the little flame out there, did get across the line, ran a 3:53 and 2. 139 mile an hour pass. Now remember, Pro Jet only goes to the yellow buoys right out here in front of the tower, right next to the scoreboard. And then in the right lane, Cersei Elrod ran a 394 and 8, 131 mile an hour pass. The yellow buoys right out here by the scoreboard is the finish line for Pro Jet. It's a heads-up class. First to finish will win, but there is a speed limit, 145 miles an hour. Anything faster than that will get you disqualified. Here we go. So Robert Ledbetter runs a 3:51 and 8 for 138 mile an hour pass. Mark Roby too fast at the top end with a 53,000th of a second red light, and then ran a 4:14 and 2 for 125 mile an hour pass. Driver's Test and Personal Watercraft. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Driver's Test and Personal Watercraft. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, stand by. Here we go, our first pair of Pro Mods in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 927 is Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. Calls the boat Wound Too Tight. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine in Del Rio, Texas. Vertex Roofers and General Contracting, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, and Trinity Racing Ministries. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 716 is Sean Reed. Top Secret, the name of the boat. Here we go. Woo. Yes, sir. On a 5.6 index, Robin Reed runs a too fast 5:51 and 3 with a 163.5 mile an hour pass. Sean Reed on the other side, a little bit better run, 0.33 for a reaction time, and ran a 5:62 and 7 and sets the bar for the number one qualifier. All right, Pro Outlaw, if you're in the shootout, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw shootout, we need your boats at the in-ramp. The rest of Pro Outlaw, stand by for just a second, but you're going to be coming very quickly, so don't go anywhere. Stock Eliminator should be warming up, getting ready. Modified Eliminator, stand by. Here's your next pair for Pro Mod in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 611. Out of Bluffdale, Texas, that's going to be Brian Miller, Joker's Wild. Sponsored by XS Speed and Marine, AP Manufacturing, Mixer Centers, Pack Rat, BDR Extreme. And in the Ozark Home Center's right lane, boat number 255, Cade Genesec. All or Nothing, the name of the boat. Genesec Performance and Equipment, TSI Transportation Service Incorporated, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, David Kirkland Racing, and the crew, Jay, Howie, David, Logan, Chloe, and Bella all helping out. 5.6 seconds on the index. The bar for number one qualifier is a 5:62 and 7. Clock. Cade Genesec lays down a lick. Brian Miller obviously having struggles. 2.2 seconds sent hanging out at the light, and then a 13.73, not what they wanted. They'll take that back to the pit, see if they can figure it out. Cade Genesec, though, runs a too fast 5:56 and 7. 168 mile an hour pass. And now we're going to get Brody Martin, boat number 520S. They call that one the Reaper. He's in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Sponsored by Bent Plumbing, Newman Water Services, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, J.C. Jones Enterprises. Wants to thank all of our sponsors, crew, SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all the awesome photographers, and of course the Snyder family for all their help. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll. Calls the boat Little More Therapy out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by David Carroll Racing, Trinity Racing Ministries, Fatheads Eyewear, Sunoco, Driven Racing Oil, Buffalo Land Management, JMP 1.0, and thanks to Mom, Dad, and Amanda for all their help. Pro Outlaw, if you're in the shootout, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw Shootout, need your boats at the in-ramp first, and then we're going to call the rest of the Pro Outlaws. We need you guys all sort of ready to go, headed toward the in-ramp if you're in the shootout. Stock Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, stand by. All right, starter called for the lights. Oh. So we had a big chunk of rollers just kind of popped in right here at the tail end of the course, right as we were getting ready to start that run. And truthfully, it does not take much of a wave to make a really bad mess of your day in a drag boat. So we decided to just let's sit tight for a second and let that sort of clear, and then we will turn them loose, let them run. Don't forget, we got all our food vendors set up down here. Got S Cubed. Big Baron's Top End Grub. There's Texas-sized sirloin kebabs back there. They've also got down here on the other end, there's hamburgers and hot dogs and foot-long corn dogs. Shiver Me Shavers is set up down there with snow cones as well. So you start getting a little overheated, go down there and see Jeremy. Get yourself a snow cone. He's also got lemonade and smoothies. All right, so it looks like we got some nice water now. Waiting on a final assessment from our officials. And then they will we'll green light this course and get ready to go again. Brody Martin, the Reaper. He's going to be in the left lane, which is the lane closest to us here on the shore. Mallory Carroll, a little more therapy over in the right. All right, there's 10 seconds on the countdown. Mallory Carroll, a little more therapy in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Brody Martin, the Reaper, in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Here we go. Mallory Carroll got there just a little fast. Ran a 5:53 and 2 on a 5.6 index. That'll leave her in the number 5 qualifying spot at the end of round 1. Brody Martin puts himself in the number 2 spot with a 5.64 and 2. So Sean Reed will hold on to the number 1 spot at the end of round 1, but we still got 2 more rounds of qualifying, so we'll see how that goes. Greg Lempar, we're still waiting on you at the in-ramp, please. Greg Lempar, we're waiting for you at the in-ramp for the shootout. Pro Outlaws, we're ready for the rest of you guys at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for all of you at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, warm up, be ready. Modified Eliminator, stand by. Tanner Hibden, we need you back to the tech area, please. Boat number 924S. We need you back to tech, please. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. We need all Pro Outlaw for round 2. Stock Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, stand by. Tanner Hignan, they need your boat back at tech. All right, the boat is already at tech. They need the driver. Tanner, they need you back at the pit tech area, please. They need the driver. All right, here we go. James Kemp, side chick. Pro Outlaw, sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagles Motorsports, Skyhand Motorsports, FlowFix.com, and Tyler, Texas. Here we go. And that was his second attempt for a license into Pro Outlaw. It was a half-track driver's pass or license test. All right, so going back now to personal watercraft for round 2 qualifying. And first up, we're going to have Jacob Nodler. He's in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 357. They call the boat Long Time Coming. Dialed in at a 12 and 79. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J., Chris Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, and everyone else who's helped along the way. Thanks to GNC Machine as well, and dedicating the season to his uncle Tall Paul Bischoff. Jacob's dialed in at a 12.79. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway, dialed in at a 10.55. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Petroplex Oilfield Services, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, MS Matthews RV Repair Crew, Darling Ingredients, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, and Papa A. So Raven dialed in at a 10.55, ran a too fast 10.52 and 7 for a 68-mile-an-hour pass. Jacob Nodler on the other side, also too fast, ran a 12.66 with a 6 on a 12.79 dial in. And next up for personal watercraft, in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 762 is Delaney Head. Driving for John Nodler. They call that boat Head Start. Thanks to neighbor John and family for all their help, and they're dialed in at a 12.52. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller. They call that ski Not Quite Miller Time. Driving for Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, the Circle of Trust, TriStar Fleet Sales and Service. Radley's dialed in at 11.15. Delaney Head with an 0.51 reaction time, dialed in at a 12.52 and ran a 12.59 and 2 for a 57-mile-an-hour pass, and she'll move up 4 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot, which will bump Radley Miller down into the number 5. She dialed in at 11.15, ran an 11.23 and 4, and turned it red by just over a tenth of a second. Here comes my next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 1469 is Colton Myler. Calls the ski stretch. Thanks to David Carroll, Michael and Lucy Branch for their support this season. Colton's dialed in at a 12.88. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 422 is Tegan Finnegan. They call the ski what? Doing the driving for Josh and Kat Finnegan. Racing sponsored by Smoke on the Water Boat Races, Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, and TriStar Fleet Sales and Service. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, my little brothers EJ and Dason, Kema, Matt and Allie Miller, JJ and Carly Jones, Josh and Katrina, Brother Mike, Trinity Racing Ministries, David Carroll, and all the Nothing But Class SDBA crew. Tegan's dialed in at a 13-12. Colton Byler, 9/10 of a second for reaction time, and on a 12:88 dial in, ran a 12:99 and 6. And that'll move him up 2 spots into the number 6 spot. Tegan Finnegan turned it red at the start line, but then ran a 13:31 and 2 on a 13:12 dial in, and moves up 3 spots for round 2 into the number 7 qualifying spot. Here's my next pair of personal watercraft in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 577 is Bella Genesek. This young lady also races a junior dragster sponsored by JP&E, RESP, Trinity Racing Ministries. Dialed in at a 13 and 27. They call that ski wackadoodle. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Calls the boat Dune Time 2. Currently the number 1 qualifier, looking to hang on to that. Sponsored by High Gear Collision, Ron Hoover RV and Marine of Bernie, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Steffen MD, and Courtney and Josh Edwards helping out. Whoo! Lynn Blackburn with a 0001 red light. Missed it by 1/10,000th of a second for the perfect light. And then on a 10:38 dial in, runs a 10:69 and 7, and she'll hang on to that number 1 qualifying spot. Bella Genesek moves up a spot. She'll be in number 2 now. Dialed in at 13:27, ran a 13:29 and 1. But Lynn Blackburn almost got herself a perfect reaction time. Missed it by 1/10,000th of a second. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 14. That is Canyon Parsley. He's driving for Ken Jenkins. They call the ski Mad at the World. Special thanks to Mickey Jenkins for her ski and support. Thanks to Mom and Dad for all the love and encouragement. And Canyon's dialed in at a 13 and 75. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 230 is Cameron Bryant. Calls that ski Flossin, dialed in at a 12:85. Canyon Parsley dialed in at a 13:75, ran a 14:15 and 1, and he'll stay in the number 9 qualifying spot. Cameron Bryant dialed in at a 12:85, ran a too fast 12:78 and 8, and broke out by 61 thousandths. But it'll still move her up 1 spot into the number 10 spot ahead of Addison Lees. Speaking of Addison Lees, here she is right now in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 412K. They call that boat Firestarter. She's doing the driving for Chris Lees. Sponsored by D&B Docks, Just Nucky Charter out of Key Largo, Captain Kevin, Whiskey Watering Hole Music Series, the V Team, Mama and Papa, special thanks to Katie Reed for the tow vehicle. Addison's dialed in at a 10.9, ran a 10.903 on her first pass, which put her in the number 11 spot, looking to see if that 10.9 will work again, and if it does, it's pretty much guaranteed to move up a few spots. We'll see how this works. And moved up one into the number 10 because she ran it too fast, 10.87 and 8, and it didn't help. So that's it for round 2 for personal watercraft, and now we're moving into the Pro Outlaw Shootout. As I said earlier, $10,000 on the line for this thing. In first round of qualifying, that was their only qualifying run for the shootout. The shootout will end today. So the top 8 boats are out there now to run round 1 of the Pro Outlaw Shootout. And then they will have the rest of the class, which I think is like 4 boats because we have 12 total, that will do their second round qualifying at the same time. All right, here's your first pair for the shootout. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress. Driving out of Nemo, Texas. They call the boat Bad Influence. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to his wife, Kendra, the kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. And a big thanks to Mama Judy as well. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 103 is Justin Schmidt doing the driving for Robert Lees in the Wildfire Machine. It's a watercraft powered by Ford, sponsored by Kager Soil Service, Red Fox Bar and Grill, Sales Midwest, Elite Tow, and Lake Relo. Stock Eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator. Need you warmed up, ready to go. Top Eliminator. Stand by. Oh, here we go. Pro Outlaw on a 5.2 second index. $10,000 on the line for the shootout. Round 1 right here. Winner moves on. Loser is out. Here we go. And your winner is going to be in the left lane. Cody Childress takes the win with an 0.67 reaction time and ran a 5:23 and 9 on a 5.2 index, 171 mile an hour pass, and gets across the line 55 thousandths of a second faster. Justin Schmidt, 126 for a reaction time and ran a 5:23 and 6. But just could not get there. 55 thousandths of a second the difference at the line. That was about as close as it gets right there. And next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes, left lane, going to be boat number 082. That is Tim Ortiz doing the driving for Pat Kinsey out of Conroe, Texas. They call the boat Empty Pockets. It's a Bullet with a Hemi, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Maximo Racing Oil, Lone Star Fiberglass. Special thanks to Brittany, Doug, Archie, Gage, Cash, and Cody for all the help. And a big thank you to Rhonda for continuing to let us race. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad. Driving a boat he calls Wild Thing out of Odessa, Texas. It's a Texas outrigger. 565 cubic inches of Hemi with 2 turbos back there. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, AAA RV, Pam and Ken's Cool Cars, and special thanks to Ronnie, JR, and Holly for all their help. 1.37 second reaction time for Rick Blethroad. Tim Ortiz with an 0.72 red reaction time and a 5:35 and 8 for a 161 mile an hour pass. So the winner in a crazy little deal right there is going to be Rick Blethroad. Tim Ortiz with the red light, which meant Rick had 5 seconds to break the beam, which he did in 1.37 seconds. So hopefully whatever is wrong with the boat is not major, and they can get that squared away, and they can get him back in for round 2. We'll see how that works out round 2. And we do need truck and trailer for boat number 521. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 521. Back to the in-ramp, please.
Very impressive. Glad we're out in your class. You ran like a 21? What? Or 61? What did you run? 62.7 with 032. How many did there? Anybody close to that? We're here and he's there. I'm a click.
All right, here we go. Next pair for Pro Outlaw in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 947 is Jeremy Schmidt. Calls the boat No Excuses. Sponsored by Dave Schmidt Truck Service, Erlinger Crane Service, Schmidt Lawn Care. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 45, Jason Brandt. Out of Ingram, Texas, they call the boat Hydro Hysteria. 5.2 seconds is the index. Here we go. Jeremy Schmidt with a 1:19 reaction time and a 4:47 and 2 on a 5.2. Runs 162.7 mile an hour run. And he'll take the win in the left lane. Jason Brandt, tough luck. I don't know what happened down there. We're having some strange luck in Pro Outlaw this weekend. Boats that are normally super solid having issues. So tough luck for those guys. Not the run they were looking for. Hopefully they can figure that out. Greg Lempar, anger management in the left lane. Gus Ward, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot in the right. Here we go. So your winner is going to be in the right lane. Gus Ward takes the win. Gus Ward ran a 5:17.1 and broke out, but Greg Lampard started in gear and was in the course before the course was even live. And Gus Ward will get the win and move to the next round. All right, so that was it for the shootout. Round one is done. The rest of these runs are just qualifying for Pro Outlaw. And I believe we have 4 boats left. All right, here we go. For round 2 qualifying Pro Outlaw. And the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 1028. That's going to be Bill Wire. Calls the boat Alcoholic Behavior. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, Bigfoot, LSI, RH Marine, and special thanks to his hard-working crew. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 321 is Don Gordy. Out of Sweetwater, Texas, they call the boat Miss Maryland 2.0. Hey, so let me tell you just real quick here. Everybody taking good care of us up here in the tower, and we appreciate it. But S cubed rather, Culinary Delights. If you're thinking about lunchtime, they got street tacos, they've got carnitas and chicken. I just had one of the carnitas ones, let me tell you. It's pretty tasty. They also have barbecue pulled pork sliders and a stuffed waffle Monte Cristo with a bag of chips. Got all of that. And then they also have cold brew, canned sodas, bottled water, and tea for sale over there. And then Big Baron's Top End Grub is back here with barbecue sandwiches, loaded mac and cheese, and loaded nachos. You can get those with pulled pork or with brisket. They also have a rib plate, although I would assume that that is a limited offer until they sell out. So don't wait too long. We also have one back here with Texas-sized sirloin kebabs. They've got those back here behind us, and then down over to the west just a hair. There's a little red trailer down there I didn't catch the name on, but they've got hamburgers, hot dogs, foot-long corn dogs. They've also got drinks. And then at the very end, not to be forgotten at all, is Jeremy and his Shiver Me Shavers crew with snow cones, smoothies, lemonade. All right, Bill Wire, alcoholic behavior in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Don Gordy, Miss Maryland 2.0 in the right lane. Round 2 qualifying. Both drivers are going to turn it red. And then Don Gordy runs a 5.309 on a 5.2 index and moves up 2 spots into the number 5 qualifying spot. Bill Wire runs a 5.26 on a 5.2 for 177.8 mile an hour pass, and will move up 4 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot. Modified Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Eliminator, stand by. And I believe we're done with Pro Outlaw. I think that's going to be bringing us around to Stock Eliminator, looks like. Yep. In the Ozark Home Center right lane is boat number 424, Rodney Blackstock, driving for Al Kirshner. They call the boat Plum Crazy. Thanks to Dodie and Shelley Blackstock. The boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. And he's dialed in at a 9 flat. In round 1, ran a 2 fast, 8:55 and 9, which put him in the number 12 qualifying spot. And I know Rodney is looking to move up a little bit. And he does. 10 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot goes Rodney Blackstock. And Plum Crazy ran a 9.102 on a 156 reaction time for an 84 mile an hour pass.
Grant, Oklahoma, everybody's somebody. And somebody's everybody. So you don't have to introduce anybody.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
The Ozark Home Center is now open in Hot Springs. They carry the newest and most beautiful manufactured homes, and Ozark is locally owned. That means when you call, you'll actually talk to the owner. They have the lowest prices with options for everyone and outstanding financing, so you can have the home you and your family deserve. Ozark Home Center on Airport Road in Hot Springs, or check out their website at ozarkhomecenter.com.
It all comes down to this. Champions will be crowned at the SDBA's running of the 2023 Spring Creek Finals, September 22nd through the 24th. Watch Racer H2O's live coverage of every pass of every class from San Angelo, Texas for one low price. Just $29.95 brings all 3 days of racing right to your TV or mobile device live. Watch all day Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for all the racing action, behind-the-scenes video, driver interviews, and more. Visit rmgsports.net today to pre-order the 3-day triple pass or become a subscriber to RMG Sports to get all the action live and on demand. Watch the SDBA's 2023 Spring Creek Finals September 22nd, 23rd, and 24th exclusively on rmgsports.net or on the RMG Sports app. Don't miss a second.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
Get your official 2023 Paris Powerboat Grand Prix event shirts. Emily's got those back there. She's also got shirts from Mallory Carroll's A Little More Therapy. Pat Hobbs, Manufactured Money. Got t-shirts and tank tops for both of those. Here's your next pair for stock eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 746 is Blackie Bame. Calls the boat Blackie's Magic. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 0420 is Arthur Imel. He calls that boat Wet Dream. Currently your number 11 and number 12 qualifiers looking to see if they can make that better. Here we go. Well, Blackie Bame will get it done. He turned it red by 17 hundredths of a second. Won't hurt him in qualifying. But on a 10-4 dial-in, he ran a 10.5 flat, 10.5 for a 72-mile-an-hour pass, and he'll move up 9 spots into the number 2 qualifying spot behind Bruno Knopp and knock Brodney Blackstock down by 1. Arthur Imel did not improve his situation at all. He's been too fast on both of his runs so far today. And he'll stay down at the bottom of the pack in that number 12 spot. We have yet to see Tanner Higdon yet today. I know they got the boat teched earlier. I know they were looking for Tanner. But we'll see if he makes it to the start line for round 2. Here's our next pair for stock eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 817. Stephen Russell calls the boat Harry Canary, driving for Chris Russell. Sponsored by Eagle Motorsports, Jesse James and the Outlaw Crew, Yellow Ribbon Boutique, Cedarbuilt, Float Fix, Lone Star Pump and Valve, and Pumps by Chop. Also Ferguson Waterworks helping out. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 007X is Bailey Schmidt. Calls the boat Silver Bullet, sponsored by Winners Electric, Waterboys, Propane Depot, Swenson Knives. Thank all of our sponsors, crew, the SDBA, and Trinity Racing Ministries. So Bailey Schmidt will move herself up into the number 2 spot now behind Bruno Canop, who seems to be firmly entrenched in that number 1 qualifying spot. But we still got one more round of qualifying to go, so who knows? She dialed in at a 10.94, ran an 11.02 and 1, and moves up into the number 2 spot. Stephen Russell will stay in the number 5 spot. He dialed in at a 9.46 and ran a 2 fast 9.35 and 4. Started to say just a little while ago, we are in round 2 of qualifying. About a third of the way through. Running stock eliminator right now. We've also run our first round of eliminations for the Pro Outlaw Shootout. We're down to 4. We'll see them come around again at the beginning of round 3. And then the final for the Pro Outlaw Shootout will be the final run of the day. But right now we're in stock eliminator, which is a dial-in class with a top speed of 9 seconds. And in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is John Boyd. Boat number 126 calls the boat Sunday Special. Dialed in at a 9.8. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 0657 is Garrick Snyder. He's driving Young Gun for Mickey Snyder. Sponsored by Craig and Susie Coleman, Wally and Sandy Meeks, Lone Star Ranch, RNL and Gail Haas, Daniel Konieczny, Tito's Vodka, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lily Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar in Medina Lake, Damon Decker 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Regan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, RNS Construction, and Postal Annex all helping them out. So Garrick Snyder dialed in a 9.2, ran a 9.41 and 3, and moves up 1 spot into the middle of the pack in the number 7 qualifying spot, and bumps John Boyd down by 1. So he'll finish round 2 in the number 8 spot with a 2 fast 9.72 and 8. Modified Eliminator, this is your final call. Modified Eliminator, final call. Top Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, warm up and get ready. Quick Eliminator, stand by. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Bruno Canop, currently your number one qualifier with a 9:05 and 9, and he's dialed in at a 9. Calls the boat checkered past out of Lavernia, Texas. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane is Megan Ratliff. Calls that little outboard capital punishment. Thanks to Mom, Dad for all the support. Fight like a girl racing. Megan Ratliff also working overtime. She's driving one of our Toast jet skis in between races, out there pulling boats back and forth to the line. So we appreciate her help there. She didn't help herself at all, though, in this qualifying round. Still too fast and ran an 8:96 and 2 and broke out by 37 thousandths of a second. So she'll stay in the number one qualifying spot. And Bruno Canop runs a 9:02 and 7. And will remain in the number one spot. Got a whole bunch of folks watching at home on Racer H2O. Want to send out a big hello to anybody that I missed earlier. Maybe you're joining us a little bit late or whatever. You welcome to the show. And I'm a wee bit jealous that you're sitting in your recliner with air conditioning and a cold beer, because it's plenty warm out here. Deuce, can you guys put like a temperature on the screen so they know how hot it is out here? No? All right. It's worth a try anyway. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Quick Eliminator, stand by. All right, here comes your next pair for stock eliminator. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 116 is Brandon Lempar. Calls the boat, let's go, Brandon. Dialed in at 11.4. He ran an 11.407 earlier. If he can do that again, he will move himself quite far up the ladder. We'll see how that works out for him. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 05 is Bart Giles. Calls the boat, your mom, out of Del Rio, Texas. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine, Diablo Boat Storage, Blue Line Drilling, Thompson Tire, Holzer Farms, Your Mom Roofing, so Brandon Lempar dialed in at 11.4, ran an 11.49. And moves up 3 spots into the number 3 qualifying spot. Bart Giles on the other side, dialed in at a 12.5, ran a 13.46, almost a full second slower than the dial. And but still good enough to move him up 1 spot into number 9 for the moment. All right, now moving on into modified eliminator, which is a indexed class at 8 seconds. And your first pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 1111 out of San Angelo, Texas. That is Steve Walls. Calls the boat Happy Hour. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and a big special thank you to his girlfriend Michelle, Bruce, Sella, Odie, Mandy, Randy, and Luann for helping out. And in the Ozark Home Center right-hand lane, boat number 517 is your current number 1 qualifier with an 8010, Jesse James Jr. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagles Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. They call the boat Outlaw. Jesse James is our reigning modified eliminator high points champion from last year. Looking for a repeat. He got out there early with an 0.31 reaction time and then ran just a hair fast, like literally broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. Ran a 7:99.55 on an 8-second index. Steve Walls on the other side, 36 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. He'll stay in the number 2 qualifying spot. Ran a too fast 7:96.9 and broke out by 3 hundredths of a second. Top Eliminator, this is your final call. Top Eliminator, your final call. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. Here's our next pair modified eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 311. Andrew Decker out of Buckholz, Texas, calls the boat in too deep. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson, all the way over from Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Collusion. Look at that. Andrew Decker moves himself up a notch, and he'll now be your number 2 qualifier at the end of round 2 with an 8:01.0 on an 8-second index for a 95.5 mile an hour run. Dusty Peterson on the other side moves up 2. He'll be in number 3 right behind Andrew Decker. He ran an 8:06.1. Your next pair in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, Michael Ratliff. Calls that outboard Det Row. Currently the number 5 qualifier. It's a quartermaster with a Mercury 300 for power, sponsored by Counts Electric, Service Title Company, and RT Marine. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 022 is Gavin Snyder. Big Iron, the name of that boat. Sponsored by Craig and Susie Coleman, Wally and Sandy Meeks, Lone Star Ranch, RL and Gail Haas, Daniel Konitsny, Tito's Vodka, Gore Fuel Systems, 3D Landscaping, Duffin Machine Shop, Genesis Construction Group, Thomas Davis, RPM Sports Boats, Colin Moore, McQueenway in McQueenway, Texas, Marley Ranch. Gavin Snyder, too fast at both ends of the course. Turned it red by 81 thousandths and then ran 4 thousandths of a second too fast with a 7:99.5 on an 8-second index. And still manages to move up 1 spot into the number 8 qualifying spot. Michael Ratliff will stay in number 5, ran an 8:17.5 for a 103 mile an hour pass. Pro Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, bring your boats to the in-ramp, please. Bring your boats. Quick Eliminator. Pro Comp Flat, warm them up, get ready. Pro Jet, standby. All right, here comes our next pair for Modified Eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Driving for Randy McDonald. They call the boat High Voltage, sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz Marine, George Olson, Dad Melanie, and wife Caitlin, 3K Construction. In the Ozark Home Center right lane is boat number 056, Scott C. Calls the boat 3 in the pink. Sponsored by D&B Docks Incorporated, High Tech Performance, Elite Tow Service, Evil Twin Racing, Miller Time Racing, and special thanks to Jimmy and Kim Vandendale. Well, neither drivers will change position. Lane McDonald was too slow with an 864 on an 8-second index. And Scott C. was too fast with a 788.5 on the 8-second index. So Lane McDonald will finish round 2 at number 6. And Scott C. will finish at number 9. All right, here comes my next pair. I'm going to have a top eliminator in the left lane. That's going to be Tom Wingo in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Calls the boat Nasty Habit 2. Running on a 7-second index. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane is boat number 267, Tyler Bame, playing hooky out of Rio Medina, Texas. Had some struggles in round one. Let's see if they got that squared away. So Tyler Bame going to get a run in the books. He'll stay in the number 7 qualifying spot. Ran a too fast 7:64 and 6. But got a run and made it look good. Tom Wingo on the other side, 0.3 of a second for reaction time and on a 7-second index. Ran a little bit slow, 7:34 and 8. All right, here we go. James Kemp back in the lanes in the Side Chick Pro Outlaw, looking for a license. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, your final call. Pro Comp Flat, bring your boats for Pro Comp Flat. Time to get them wet. Pro Jet, warm them up. Pro Modified, stand by. James Kemp making a license pass in the Side Chick Pro Outlaw. And I think this will be a full track, but I could be wrong. That happens occasionally. Here we go. Well, that was not the run they were looking for. Ended up outside the lanes. All right, here we go. Top eliminator in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 622 is Cody Bryant. calls the boat Riding on Rails out of Prattsville, Arkansas. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 050, Bob Winder out of Lake Hills, Texas, calls the boat Mama's Diamond. Sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson's Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, Lone Star Materials, and United Tool. Cody Bryant, currently number 4, Bob Winder, number 5. Sounded like Bob Winder's boat might have loaded up on him while he was sitting down there, and took him a minute to get it burned through. 887 and 8 for that pass. Won't help him. He'll stay in the number 5 spot. Cody Bryant, a too slow 745 on a 7-second index. We'll leave him in the number 4 spot. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is Matt Miller. It's Miller time out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Currently your number 2 qualifier with a 7:05 and 8. George Olson, money well wasted in the Ozark Home Center right lane. He's your number 1 qualifier with a 7:019. So that's the bar. If Matt Miller wants to try and move up. So George Olson makes the run, 235, 253 for a reaction time, and then a too fast 699 and 7, and broke out by 2/200ths of a second. Not sure what happened to Matt Miller. Have not yet heard anything on the radio, whether they're going to reset and try again or whether he's going to need a trailer, but give me just a second and I'll let you know. All right. Bad luck for those guys. We need truck and trailer for boat number 405. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 405. Back to the in-ramp. All right, here comes the first pair of pro eliminators. And I know Dr. T is happy to have some competition this weekend. He's pretty much been flying solo the whole season. And I've talked to him a couple of times, and he's like, man, I just wish there was some more people that wanted to run PE. So I'm sure he's really happy to have some competition. Robbie Barrett going to be in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 822. He's currently the number 2 qualifier with a 10:59. And Dr. T is in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 84. He calls it Late Life Crisis. Sponsored by Whiskey River in San Angelo. Dr. T Racing, the crew chief is C.D. Word, and all of the San Angelo crew is here helping him out. Dr. T currently sitting in the number 3 spot with a 2 fast 6:39 and 6. But just to give you an indication of how the class is shaping up right this minute, Robbie Barrett is the number 2 qualifier with a 10:59. So it's wide open and anything can happen here in round 2. The clock is running. There's 20 seconds left, and we'll find out if things are going to change. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Jet, need you warmed up, ready to go. All right, change that. Pro Comp Flat, this is your final call. Pro Jet, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Modified, need you warmed up, ready to go. And Personal Watercraft, stand by. All right, so we shook things up just a little bit. Robbie Barrett will stay in that number 2 spot with a 6:68 and 5, significantly better than the 10-second run he had earlier. And Dr. T moves up 2 spots into the number 1 spot with a 6:608 on a 6.5 index. Got just a hair hoppy right there at the last 250 feet or so of the course, but held it down and made a run and makes a big move. So Cindy Helms will be the last of our pro eliminators. It's really great to see her here and have her back out here with us. So Cindy Helms didn't make it out, and we're going to move into quick eliminator. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 910, Larry Flores. Hydroclimatic, currently the number 3 qualifier with a 6.18 and 9. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 465 is Chad Cupid out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Warpath. So both drivers out early and turned it red. Larry Flores will move up 1 spot into the number 2 qualifying spot. 143 mile an hour pass. Ran a 6.103 on a 6-second index. Chad Cupid on the other side ran a 6.122, and he'll move up 2 spots into the number 4 qualifying spot at the end of round 2. Don't forget, Christian with Choctaw Casino Grant is here. Set up right behind us. They've got some free swag. You can also try your luck on the blackjack table. If you get dealt blackjack, you're entered into a drawing to win $25 in table game chips. Choctaw Casino Grant, located right here behind me in the vendor area, right behind the tower here. All right. Here we go. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 505 is Rick Martin in the red, the name of that boat. Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 110, Ken Jenkins, currently your number one qualifier with a 603. They call the boat Through the Fire. And look at that. We have a new number one qualifier. Rick Martin comes in with a 601 and 6. And he'll move up 4 spots into that number one qualifying spot. Ken Jenkins will get bumped down 1. Ken Jenkins with a 605 and 4, 144 mile an hour pass. And I believe that's going to leave us with Jerry Branham. Although we've not seen Mike King back up yet either. So, I don't know. We'll see what they're doing. ProJet, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. ProJet, we need your boats to the in-ramp. ProJet, we need your boats at the in-ramp. ProMod, need you warmed up, ready to go. Personal Watercraft, stand by. Here we go. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 392 is Jason Gothard. They call the boat Texas Red, driving out of San Angelo, Texas. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 915, Jerry Branham. He's driving for Richard Wild. Back in the Day, the name of the boat. Out of Tyler, Texas, currently your number 4 qualifier, Jason Gothard, sitting at number 6. Oh my goodness. So both drivers turned it red. Jason Gothard by 36 thousandths and Jerry Branham by 47 thousandths. And then they both ran a 604 and 8. 604 and 8. And they both moved up a spot. Jerry Branham moves up to number 3. Jason Gothard moves up 2 spots actually into the number 4 spot at the end of round 2. Looks like Matt Miller was able to get it squared away and back on the line. He's going to try and take his round 2 qualifying. Miller Time, the name of the boat. Top eliminator. It's not a qualifying pass. That's what I. So it's just a shakedown, not a qualifying run. I'm like, runs a 7:06 and 3. All right, and now back to quick eliminator. We've got Mike King, which I believe is going to be the last one. He's in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 427. They call the boat King's Side Piece out of Coweta, Oklahoma. Happy 14th birthday to his granddaughter, Caitlin. Sponsored by McKinney's Modern Dining and Toast, Tailwinds Inspection, Midwest Turbine Inspection, Harper Land and Cattle, Kane's Overhead Door, Huffman Performance, Brandy's Sassy Style, Bent Creek Dozer Service. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Huffman Performance, his grandchildren, and his lovely wife, Anissa, for all of their help and support. Mike King, currently the number 7 qualifier. Here we go. And he's too fast again, 597 on a 6-second index. It won't help him. He'll stay at the bottom of the pack. But man, that boat sets pretty. Just sits down and just runs. It was absolutely beautiful going down the course. All right, Pro Jet, this is your final call. Pro Jet, last call, Pro Modified. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal watercraft, start warming them up. Pro Outlaws, stand by. Y'all ready to cool down a little bit? You need to go over and see Jeremy at Shiver Me Shavers. Grab yourself a ice cold snow cone. That'll do it. Cool you down from the inside out. All right, here we go. Pro Comp Flat. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 655 is Ashley Winslet out of Dallas, Texas. Calls the boat Vanishing Breed. She's dialed in at a 6:45 had issues on the last pass. Hopefully they've got that figured out a little bit. Kevin Hibden, visual noise in the Ozark Home Center right lane. Here we go. So Kevin Hibden ran a 6:49 and 4 on a 6:4 dial-in, and he'll stay in the number 2 qualifying spot. Ashley Winslet still having issues, and I know they'll be taking that back to the pit and trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Tim Ortiz is up next. He's in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane. Boat number 331, he calls it Never Satisfied out of Conroe, Texas. Currently your number 1 qualifier with a 6004, and he's dialed in at a 599. Well, that is not the run we're used to seeing out of Tim Ortiz. I do not know what happened, but he launched just a little bit crooked, and that's all it takes. Ended up outside the lane. That run won't count. Luckily, he was able to get it under control and get it back in the lane, and then just slowly cruise it to the out ramp. So we should be moving to, I believe, ProJet. Yep, here we go. First to finish at the yellow buoys. That's where they're headed. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 191 is Cersei Elrod out of Greenbrier, Arkansas. Sponsored by Ballard Performance, SM Elrod Incorporated, Aaron's Powder Coating, Elrod Company, and Spring Creek Nursery. They call that boat Obsession. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 014 is Mark Roby, driving for Becky Dollar. They call that boat Moisture Missile. Boat number 014. Cersei Elrod with a 381 and 8, 139.6 mile an hour pass. He'll stay in the number 3 qualifying spot. Mark Roby turned it red by 117 and then ran a too slow, probably 413 and 2 for 122 mile an hour. $143.2 miles an hour on a 145 mile an hour limit. He did a pretty good job there. 353 and 5. All right, here we go. First pair for Pro Modified, round 2 of qualifying. In the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane is boat number 716 out of Defiance, Missouri. That is Sean Reed. He calls the boat Top Secret, currently the number 1 qualifier. The crew is Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, Andrea Reed, and Keegan all helping out. And in the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. They call the boat Wound Too Tight. Thank you. Sponsored by Two Guys Marine in Del Rio, Texas, Vertex Roofers and General Contracting, Texas Outrigger Boats, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, and Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the crew chief, Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, the Tuttle family for all they do, Cody Childress for the motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles. Robin Reed currently sitting in the number 6 qualifying spot. Ran a too fast 551 and 3. And Sean Reed with a 562 and 7 is currently the number 1 qualifier. Starter call for the lights. Sean Reed, Top Secret in the left lane. Robin Reed, Wound Too Tight in the right. There's 15 seconds on the countdown. Watch those capsules. When they close, it's go time. Robin Reed too fast again, ran a 5:55 and 8 and broke out by 41 thousandths of a second, 164 mile an hour pass. But check this out, a 0:02 reaction time. Sean Reed on the other side with a 0:01 red reaction time, and then ran a pretty solid 5:66 and 2 at 163.3 miles an hour. Next up in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. Calls the boat All or Nothing. Sponsored by Genesek Performance and Equipment, TSI Transportation Service Incorporated, Trinity Racing Ministries, RESP, David Kirkland Racing, and the crew is Jay, Howie, David, Logan, Chloe, and Bella. In the Ozark Home Center right lane, boat number 420S is Brody Martin. They call that boat the Reaper, sponsored by Bent Plumbing, Newman Water Services, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, J.C. Jones Enterprises. And I want to thank all of their sponsors, their crew, the SDBA, Trinity Racing Ministries, all of the awesome photographers, and the Snyder family for all of their help as well. David Gillen, speaking of awesome photographers, just happens to be standing right here. So he says, you're welcome. Starter called for the lights. Brody Martin, the Reaper, in the right lane. Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the left. 10 seconds on the countdown. .007, the reaction time for Cade Genesek. And then ran a too fast, 5:58 and 9 on a 5.6 index for 174 mile an hour pass. Brody Martin, a little slower coming off the line, 1.008 for his reaction time. Also too fast, he broke out by almost a tenth of a second. Ran a 5.501 and got just a hair squirrely down there at the start. Looks like we got a green course. Mallory Carroll, a little more therapy. Here we go. Yep. Not quite enough to change anything. She'll finish out the day in the number 4 qualifying spot with a 5.72 and 661 mile an hour pass. So, at the end of round 3, Pro Mod looks like this. Brody Martin be your number 1 qualifier. Sean Reed, number 2. Robin Reed, number 3. Mallory Carroll, number 4. Cade Genesek will be number 5. And Brian Miller will be your number 6 boat. And that is going to bring us to the Pro Outlaw Shootout with $10,000 on the line. Cody Childress and Gus Ward. We started with 12. We ran 1 round of qualifying and cut that down to the top 8. And then the top 8 have now run 3 rounds. This will be number 4. And we've whittled it down to just these 2. Want to send out a big old huge thank you to Paris Chevrolet for being the sponsor for the Pro Outlaw Shootout ceremony. Cody Childress, Bad Influence in the Hobbs Manufactured Homes left lane, boat number 077, sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to the wife, Kendra, and the kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. And Gus Ward in the Ozark Home Center, right lane, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Here we go. Cody Childress gets caught on a hole shot, and Gus Ward will take the win with a 5:23 and 6 and 169 miles an hour. He had an 0.14 reaction time. Cody Childress with a 2:38 reaction time, 2:39, and then a 5:26. And 3 on a 5.2, 164 mile an hour pass. And they tell us that Cody's boat taking on water, so we're going to send rescue down there to go check on him real quick, make sure he's doing okay. So $10,000 on the line for that final 70-30 split between first and second place. Gus Ward takes the win, and Cody Childress will settle for that second place run. Drivers, attention in the pits, racers and crews. You have 30 minutes from right now to come down to the tower and declare if you are broke and you know that your boat is not going to be repaired before morning, then go ahead and come let us know now, please, so that we don't put you in the ladder. And if you know that you're going to need to declare into another class, if you know from 3 rounds of qualifying your boat is not going to run where you want it, now's a good time. Come on down, let us know, we'll move you. Now's a good time to come down and get that done. Otherwise, if you wait till afterwards, you will end up going into whatever class you move to as the slow boat. Racer H2O, thank you very much for hanging out with us today. We look forward to being back tomorrow. You guys already know how to get to the website, but the folks here on the property may not know. And if you're not going to be able to be out here tomorrow, or maybe you just decided it was too dang hot and you don't want to do it, you can go to rmgsports.net, rmgsports.net. You can watch all the action live from the comfort of your couch. And there is a fee for tomorrow. Qualifying is free, but there is a fee for tomorrow. Or if you know you might want to watch more than one race, you can always just buy a season pass and then go from there. So there you go, Racer H2O. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us today. We'll see you tomorrow.